the circuit. After 24 years as a pro, he is emerging for a maiden appearance in a UK final following those late-night heroics against Allen. He is back to his best. He roared past the Rocket, magnificent against Murphy. Come on, York, raise the roof for the eagle-eyed Barry Hawkins. Winner of 4 major titles already this year. And here he is, emerging for a 4th UK final, desperate to reclaim the crown he won in such fine style here in 2011. The world #1 is raring to go. He's the ace in the pack, Judd.
Etched on the famous silver trophy. The players all smiles, concealing, no doubt, quite a few butterflies in the tummy, which you need, of course, to produce your best on an occasion as important as this. It's the best of 19 frames. 8 in this first session.
Thank you. The first frame, Barry Hawkins to break.
A big day for Messrs Trump and Hawkins, and indeed for Tatiana Wollaston, officiating her first Triple Crown final. And it's Hawkins to get us going. How will he be feeling after his late night heroics? Make that early morning. In excess of 5 hours to see off Mark Allen. But what a finish it was. What a clearance to the pink to win it. Launched by that long red. Tricky green as well under pressure. Great performance. And for Judd Trump, well, 6 frames on the bounce against the world champion. It's got all the ingredients, Dominic, for a terrific final.
Yes, it really has. Barry Hawkins has beaten Judd Trump on many occasions, but it is Judd Trump that leads the head-to-heads by 11 matches to 8. But how much will that match with Mark Allen, that finished in the early hours, take out of Barry Hawkins? Good start needed, you'd have to suggest.
Trump narrowly in front, 11 wins to 8. But Hawkins' most recent meeting against Trump was in their only other final. As Trump finds a trademark long red, that was the European Masters at the beginning of last season. Their 5th Triple Crown meeting. They've met 4 times in the Masters, 2 wins apiece.
Played that quite nicely, has a choice of 2 reds, the one next to the black, or this one here.
4.
Barry, of course, came through qualifying, had to win 2 matches there to take his place here at the York Barbican in the main rounds, televised matches. As you can see, the total point score between the 2 players during this tournament. Very little in it. But Judd is first in here. settled down immediately, it looks. You can forgive Barry Hawkins for being very, very tired. Goodness knows what time he managed to get to sleep after all his press commitments. He'd still have been on a high.
That said, when you reach a final of this magnitude, you're not going to be short of adrenaline. So much at stake. Hopefully Hawkins can replicate the form that's got him to the final, and we have something really special. But this is a sharp start from Trump.
14. $15.
Going for his third big title of this season, one in Shanghai, and then of course Saudi Arabia.
Just crept past that red. In fact, the red that he's closest to, I'm sure, was his next intended red. But he still has one to the left centre. But he'll be cannoning into the pink here, so he needs to judge that well.
23.
It's okay. Shouldn't be a problem getting the cue ball in and out of the bulk area between green and brown.
$29.
This is the sort of start that champions are so often capable of in major finals. This being the first of 8 frames to be played this afternoon.
36.
It's been a long time since his first, 2011, when he beat Mark Allen.
37.
2 finals since then, 2014 when he produced that stunning comeback to force a decider against O'Sullivan. Pipped to the post in the end, and a similar story in 2020 when he lost on the final pink
44.
in a marathon with Neil Robertson.
45.
I'm already seeing evidence that this table is playing differently to yesterday. The cushions seem a lot more lively. That's worked out well. There's never a guarantee that Judd would be able to cannon that red the way he wanted to, but he has.
52.
Great start this from Judd Trump.
53.
So just this black, red and black, to be safe in this first frame and win it in a single scoring visit. But he's short of pace.
60.
Can still cut the red in. It's a very fine cut now, but we'll have to go up for a bulk colour, you'd feel.
Brown ball. $65.
Just the red required then to take the opening frame. We've only been going 7.5 minutes. Rather different from the frame that Hawkins played first up yesterday against Mark Allen, which lasted nearly an hour and set the trend for the entire match. It was a difficult start against Kyron Wilson for Trump. He lost the first two, but
73.
brought all of his match play skills to bear to turn that match his way.
Judd Trump, 73.
So only 59 left. A very fine break from Judd Trump. Barry Hawkins remains in his chair. We're off and running in the UK Championship final, and it's Trump who hits first. He leads 1-0.
Judd Trump to break.
So Judd Trump with a fluent 73 break to open his account in this UK Championship final. Currently 9th in the all-time list of Triple Crown winners, World, UK and Masters. Looking for his 5th title, which would match the great Hurricane Higgins tally. Hawkins, after 28 years as a pro, looking for his first. What an achievement that would be if he could make it happen today. 4 times a ranking event winner. Excellent safety.
Considering the lack of table time that Barry's had, that was a superb shot that he's played there. He has left a potential red to left corner for Judd. In fact, Barry could be guilty of playing almost too good a safety shot there. He may be forced into this, Judd. There is a safety on for him, but he'll be having to play it very accurately to avoid cannoning a red on the way back to baulk. So he is looking at this red. Play a safety shot off the edge of the pack, as you can see, but that red that's on the top cushion could be a problem. So just leaving the cue ball on this baulk cushion, I beg your pardon, on this top cushion. He's played that very well.
Foul. Thank you. Foul. Judd Trump.
Oh, Barry's declared a push shot on himself there. Players always know when they've committed a push shot, but it's not quite so easy for a referee to spot. Exhibiting excellent sportsmanship, which is something we're very proud of in snooker. Yes, it was a push shot, actually. Tremendous safety shot. Judge the pace just perfectly. And cueing is never easy when you're on a cushion rail. These cushion rails are very strict. There's not much of the cue ball to aim at when you're tight against a cushion.
Trump was very adept yesterday at making life difficult for Kyren Wilson, starving him of opportunities by building a lead, getting balls on cushions to protect it. After Wilson missed a yellow with the rest, having missed a blue previously with that favoured implement of his in the fourth frame, he didn't get much of a look in thereafter. He was living off scraps. Hawkins has had two quite brilliant wins from 4-2 behind against O'Sullivan. And of course last night against Allen when he must have been feeling fatigued mentally. So to hold himself together with that little clearance to the pink at the end was so impressive.
Well, Judd caught that one just a little on the thick side, so Barry's first look at a long red. But the black appears to be tied up, so he'll have work to do with the cue ball to try and get that cue ball up the table for the blue or bulk colour. That was an excellent pot from Barry. Terrifically high standard we're witnessing early on in this final. Beautiful position on the blue. Now the pink is tied up, the black is tied up, so this is a tough break to have to make.
Six.
Played for the red just below the black, because if he can knock this in, he should be on the black in the opposite corner. But he didn't want to be this close to the side cushion.
Barry Hawkins, 6.
Cries have come on Barry. Trump has managed to cover the red he's missed with the blue. There was a lot of warmth for Barry Hawkins last night when he sealed that extraordinary victory after 5 hours and 8 minutes. And again today, walking in, lots of high-fiving. He'd be a very, very popular winner of this tournament. He's an unassuming character. But he's a wonderful snooker player, strong in all departments.
Yes, one of Barry's attributes for me is his temperament. He has a wonderful temperament, which is so important in sport.
But his second chance in this frame hasn't come to anything.
Well, Judd will have to raise the butt of the cue in the air here and try and stab down on the cue ball to get that cue ball back up towards the blue.
1.
Couldn't do it. So does he take on this long blue? Could be a frame winner, but it's very risky. And I certainly don't blame him.
Yellow ball.
Playing the safety here.
Judd Trump, 1.
He's played a good one. This is looking very good from Judd. Barry certainly can't see the red nearest the right corner, but he can play a safety off the left-hand side of the pack. Surely this red isn't on. No, he's playing a swerve just to leave the cue ball in the jaws of the pocket.
Trump has showcased all facets of his formidable all-round game this week, digging in when required, as he had to do against Neil Robertson. And then John Higgins.
1.
But also showing his irresistible break-building ability in blitzing Zhang Anda, and what a terrific red that is to get back in.
I'm sure Barry knew that he could potentially leave that pot on, but his other option with his previous safety would be to play off the left-hand side of the pack. But he'd have had to get that cue ball in behind green and brown to cover that red that's near the right corner. So, as we said though, it's still a wonderful pot from Judd. So experienced now, and I thought it was very wisdomous of Judd to roll into the reds when the break ended in the first frame at 73. Oh, he's missed the blue. Just trying to generate so much pace to get the cue ball around the angles, that's a surprise. And what a chance he's given Barry Hawkins here.
Shake of the head from Trump. A third scoring opportunity for Hawkins in this frame.
1.
Given the challenging conditions throughout this tournament, which has been a major talking point, to have a pot success for the event in excess of 90 is good work. A lot of matches have featured the top players down in the low 80s in that regard.
9.
Judd Trump has made 9 centuries, Hawkins a couple, including last night against Mark Allen, amidst the scrappy stuff.
Problem for Barry
16.
here, if he pots the red, if he finishes low on the black, he's going to be cannoning into the reds above it. So try to
7.
force it in to be straight on the black, but it's not quite straight enough on the black, so we'll be playing a cannon here. He's just got to judge it well. Wanted to force the cue ball through a lot more than he has, so the red along the top cushion I don't think will be an option to Barry now.
20.
It's too thin. But there may be a red on into the left centre, although it's from a very acute angle. He's certainly out of position here, Barry. Can't play this with too much pace, because there's not much of a pocket opening there. He'd be disappointed that he's in this sort of trouble already in the break.
excellent recovery, given how thin that red was. Had he missed it, it was bound to be right over the pocket.
Barry, I'm sure, played for the red that's below the pink there. But he may have a plant that he can attempt. Needs to be made, it's set for the top jaw, but there's enough space between the reds to make this. No problem at all. Now, back in A1 position.
Judd Trump knocked in a great red to the left centre, but then missed to the opposite centre in using pace on the blue. It could have all come to an end at the hands of Dave Gilbert, of course, for Hawkins.
46.
Gilbert missed a green when he was just a few balls away from victory, and then a red in the deciding frame. The performance against Murphy from 2 each was outstanding.
47.
And the fight, and ultimately the bottle he showed to get the better of Allen last night, equally so.
Just a red and high value colour.
54.
To be safe in the frame, barring snookers.
$55.
The general consensus, given
60.
his late night exploits, was that Hawkins had to make a good start. He had to stay with Trump in the early running in this final to have a chance, and with that in mind, this is a very welcome break. And he's taken it very nicely. That cutback red was missable, very thin. And then he executed the plant.
67. $68. $75. $76.
Black's too thin to hold for the red. So in and out of bulk, the line's fantastic. But I don't think it's going to run far enough.
83.
Superb. Wow, this is a great riposte from Barry Hawkins after losing the first frame without troubling the scorers.
$89. $94. 98.
A classy way to open your account in your first UK Championship final.
$109.
Listen to the roar. The 116 clearance from Barry Hawkins, his third century of the tournament. The 43rd of the event, one each. So, take two with frame 3 after the re-rack. Barry Hawkins will be hoping this time he doesn't bring a red up the table as he did just now.
Well, that's a better break-off, certainly, from his attempt previously in the re-rack frame, but Judd can still attempt this red. Oh, did everything but go in.
Catching the jaws of the pocket and leaving a red for trump.
Well, Judd just pointing with his Q-tip there suggests to me that the black is potable between those two reds.
1.
Now in potting the black, can he just stun into one of the reds and free that black spot area up a little bit?
Nine.
Wanted to be at least dead straight on this red, Judd, and I don't think he is. So I'm not sure he can hold for the black now. Good recovery. But still work to do positionally here. There are no easy reds that Judd can play for.
22.
Didn't want to be on the cushion. The angle on the red is no good. It will be taking the cue ball towards the main bunch. Can he glance off one of them to maintain position? Dropping it in dead weight. But is that any good?
23.
Not really. Even if the pink's on, you can't get on a red. Very adventurous. This was the only shot that Judd could play. Applause, but unless there's a plant in the right centre, I don't think he'd be taking a pot on. But is there a plant on? No. Goodness, he'd have to be brave to try and trundle that red along the top cushion.
Judd Trump, 29.
Both of these players extremely adept in the tactical department.
Judd could play a thin safety off the leftmost red, and if he can get behind the brown and the green on the bulk cushion over on that right side, the blue would be hiding this left-hand side of the table, which could make the safety shot rather effective. Choosing a different route though. Well, that's opened a lot up. Got a superb cue ball. Got the cue ball where he wanted to. There's the green covering the potential for a long red into the left corner. Be risky though to take on. But at first glance, I don't see an easy safety shot here for Barry Hawkins. The red just above and to the right of the black he could play a safety from, but again, there's so many reds dotted around this right-hand side of the table, he's going to have to be very careful with the cue ball.
So Trump hits the blue full ball in trying to get back to baulk. But this is a tough red, just off straight, close to the side cushion.
Scarcely worth taking on unless he were to drop it in slowly. He'd be on the pink to the left centre, but if you were to play it with any sort of pace, it'd be no good. So just the safety possibly, but there may be a chance of making a plant here. I'm sure he would have attempted that, Barry. It was very makeable, but a good safety nevertheless.
Couple of unintended cannons there for Trump, and this time a much more straightforward red for Hawkins. The table's not great though. The three high value colours all awkward.
Flick some unintentional side on the cue ball probably there, which caused the error. It's turning into a little bit of a scrappy frame now.
One.
That was a great pot from Judd Trump. Striking down on the cue ball, it didn't touch the sides. But I feel he must try to bring one of the high value colours into play here. If it gets onto the black, it might be a little bit tied up. So maybe Judd will try and at some point get onto one of the reds that are near the black spot.
Four.
But he does have an angle here on this red to the left corner to stun him behind the black. And Judd being left-handed, of course, Barry is too. That black's on the right side of the table for him.
Five. Eight. Nine.
Really struggling to reach that, Judd, and wasn't able to just push through the cue ball, strike it as well as he needed to. So let's end the break unless he wishes to take on a tough green.
Yellow.
Yellow ball. Judd trump, 9.
Both of these players well used to playing difficult frames during this tournament. It's going to take some winning for sure, given the position of the colours.
Again, fantastic judgment of pace. Makes such a difference. Judd now can only play this with topspin. He'll be trying to return the cue ball to a similar position, but too thick. Oh, he's brought the black into play. Well, this cue ball's running tremendously well. How on earth has it got in behind the yellow? Because Judd caught that safety very thickly. So a half chance here for Judd. The red just to the right of the pink spot, or cut into the left corner.
Six.
That's absolutely perfect. Just a couple more reds and colours now to re-establish the
13.
lead.
14.
It's taken quite a bit of sorting out this frame. Of course, we had the full start with the re-rack, but Trump just now, in playing safe, was able to promote the black into a better position, and now using it to kill this frame off.
$21.
To leave Hawkins needing a snooker.
22. $29. 30. $34. Judd trump, 34.
A different sort of frame to the first two, both won with fluent breaks, but they all count. And Trump has moved back in front here at the Barbican in the final. He leads Barry Hawkins 2-1. The very first UK Championship was won at Tower Circus in Blackpool back in 1977. Patsy Fagan won 2000. That equates to about 15,500 in today's money.
Chance for Barry here at the beginning of this fourth frame before the mid-session interval. So difficult not to leave a pot on from your break-off shot. I think Barry's concern is, though, that the cue ball would run into the red that's on the top cushion, perhaps. So just a safety shot, unless this red would cut into the right corner. It would, he attempted it. Decent effort. He's keeping very well, Barry. I just couldn't get in that last frame. But here's an opportunity to catching that safety too thin. Good cueing needed here though, but good control of the cue ball also for position. Played the drag shot. Now, had he have missed that on the thin side, the cue ball would have been much further up the table. As it is, he's left Judd plumb in. Caught this much too thickly. Just off straight the wrong side, so tough to get onto a colour.
One.
Tremendous cueing from Trump. Playing with pace into the corners this week has been fraught with danger, but he struck that very cleanly.
Yes, Judd had to get as much pure backspin on the cue ball there. Any less backspin, the cue ball would have caught the jaws of the pocket. That's what made that such a good shot.
9.
Now, will we see a Judd Trump special? Will he screw into the pack of reds with a lot of power and backspin? Something he does, but he's a little more thoughtful these days. I think Judd of 10 years ago was a little more flamboyant. He tempers
16.
his flair these days. He's very clever in that regard.
Seventeen. 24. 25.
He's had a couple of opportunities to go into the reds, but great builders and great players generally just have an instinct of whether the pack will open well from a particular colour.
$32. 33.
But now I expect to see Judd screw into the reds. Oh, look at this. Cued it beautifully, got an incredible amount of backspin on this cue ball, and you'll see it screw into the reds there and then force itself through them with the sheer amount of spin on the ball.
$41. 46. 47. 54.
Hawkins missed long red into the left corner, looking likely to be very expensive. He's facing a player who seems to have found the perfect blend of attack and defence. Not easy to do, but Trump has perfected that skill in the last few years. When he won this title in 2011, it was all about the potting and the break building, but now there's so much more to his game.
Yes, Judd's very strong in all areas. I think he'd be the first to admit that his cue ball control positionally isn't as good as some other players, but you know, the number of times he pots himself out of trouble doesn't cause him too many problems. The fact that he doesn't control the cue ball on occasion as well as some.
Such is his shot-making ability, though, he almost invariably makes up for it. .75 left, so he's looking for one more red. But that's gone wrong.
69.
He can't believe it. Just stuck to that red.
Touching ball would have been handy for Judd, but I didn't hear one being declared by referee Tatiana Wollaston. But that
Judd
could be a
Trump,
touching ball.
69. Touching ball.
Terrific break, touching ball declared. But clearly some jeopardy still in this frame for Trump, given the state of the table. Nothing safe.
The red that's about 30 centimetres to the right of the pink is preventing Barry playing the shot that he wants to play, but there's another option. He wants to get the cue ball in behind yellow and brown on the bulk cushion. Wants this cue ball to stop about now. Just ran too far. Now, the leftmost red may cut into the right corner. Just having a look at it. It's the only red he can see. And it's frame ball if it goes in. Decided against it. Judd's intention there was to put that red safe, to make any chance of a winning clearance more unlikely from Barry Hawkins, should he get the chance.
One.
Cries have come on. This is a significant early moment in the final. Could Hawkins possibly steal this frame to level at 2-all?
Judd now will be bitterly disappointed that the red that he played previously didn't find the side cushion as intended. I wouldn't necessarily say Barry is a favourite now to win this frame.
9.
I think on the practice table he would be.
He certainly showed his mettle last night. It wasn't a big break numerically, but it was a colossal one in terms of what it meant for Hawkins.
15.
Mopping up the balls required to the pink to clinch victory over Mark Allen. A couple of very difficult pots along the way. Judd Trump looked to certainty for 3-1. Was a bit unlucky not to land on a red going into them.
16.
But now he'd rather be in Hawkins' shoes, even though his opponent is still well behind.
Twenty-two. Twenty-three.
Needs to play a good positional shot here from the black. Doesn't have too many points to work with. Can afford a blue and a pink with the remaining 2 reds. Oh, pretty tight, but certainly goes. He can hold for the pink, which would help. Means he could play the blue from the last red.
31.
This cue ball needs to run. Oh, he's short of pace. Needs at least the blue off this, so...
37.
Problem for Barry is, can he get the right side of the blue? No, he couldn't, so...
38.
Now he's got to do some work with the cue ball for position on the yellow. Well, it's pretty good. Could have done with being just a little bit closer to the yellow.
Mopping these colours up would be an absolute doddle in the club, but this is where the psychology of the sport comes in. Triple Crown final, playing Judd Trump, who looked to certainty for 3-1. It would be a very significant frame for Hawkins. And there is huge pressure on every ball.
Just wonder if he's straight enough on the green to hold for the brown without going in and out of bulk. Screw across the face of it instead. Left a nice angle here.
Undoubtedly one of the best in the world with the rest. And perfectly on the blue. Judd Trump made an excellent 69. He was a bit unlucky not to land on a red. Barry Hawkins with this black to level. What a frame and what a steal. Barry Hawkins to get us back underway. And what a clearance it was. A break of 70 after Judd Trump was a ball away from 3-1. Once again showing his cool under pressure, just as he did to finish off his marathon with Mark Allen in the small hours of this morning. And in the process, crucially, stay with Trump in the first half of this first session. Another 4 frames to be played this afternoon. And of course 10 is the target for victory, but he's not happy to have left a long red for Trump. And that's why he is deadly from that range. It's been a terrific quartet of frames so far, hasn't it, Don? We've had a century from Hawkins, that even more significant 70 clearance to win by 1 point in the fourth, and in between, Trump has shown his class, both with his break building and his rock-solid safety.
Yes, and both players with a 93% pot success as well. Very high.
6.
By the standards of this tournament, which has been challenging, most definitely.
Judd would have liked a little bit more purchase on the cue ball there, just to create a wider angle for it, but he's just about on the red by the black, but needs to be very careful with his positional shot.
$14.
That was judged beautifully. Does he have an angle on the pink to work with? If he doesn't, he could play the blue with pace in and out of bulk, maybe go into the pack of reds. Just checking to see if there's any chance he could play for this red into the left corner that he's pointing to with his cue. He'd have to be in a specific area of the table with the cue ball to be able to find the potting angle for it. And is that it?
$20. $21.
If the loose red at the bottom of the pack will pot, I think Judd would play for it. But obviously it wouldn't, because I think Judd would have known that there was a chance he could end up there, playing a deep screw into the pack of reds. So he's cannoned that red, and then they've opened up. The cue ball with the spin on it's just deflected off another red. That's pretty commonplace for that to happen when the reds are configured so.
Judd Trump, 27. One.
pot this was from Barry Hawkins. Seems to be showing no ill effects from his travails of last night and the early morning when the match finally concluded with Mark Allen. That's very unlucky. He has a red to the right centre, but it's a lot more difficult than it may appear.
Barry Hawkins, 5.
Oh, Barry. Forcing it in. Now you'll see this black jump in the air and it catches the high part of the pocket and the pace just kept it out.
One. Seven. Eight. 13.
Oh, that's a fabulous positional shot from Judd. The red he wants to get onto is the left-hand red of those three next to the pink because it's blocking the pocket for the other two. And he played that positional shot so perfectly to the blue. He's able to play for this red and it makes a massive difference to Judd now.
19. $20. $25. 26.
Barry Hawkins had the chance, but in using pace on the black, he missed it to the left centre. And so Trump needs just one red. Hawkins would need a snooker to tie.
$33. $39. Judd Trump, 39.
61 the difference. Barry Hawkins ponders for a moment, but he concedes. Judd Trump back in front by 3 frames to 2.
Frame 6. Thank you.
Judd Trump back in front then. Barry Hawkins left a red, which Trump potted from distance off his break-off. And then Hawkins got back in with his own long red, but missed the black using pace. And Trump did the rest to edge back in front. 3 more frames to come in this session.
This time for Barry, a choice of reds to either corner. I'm expecting him to take one of them on. Tournament long pot success, better than that of Judd Trump's. Getting on for 2 from every 3 played. Missed it by quite a distance, and unfortunately for Barry, it's possible to this right centre pocket.
One. Judd Trump, 1.
Again, Hawkins a little frustrated to get the cannon, which means Trump has hand on table, albeit that he might be slightly distracted by that green. Looking to become the 8th multiple UK Championship winner.
deserved a round of applause. He's got that cube in behind the yellow, so the right-hand half of the table, which isn't congested, is blocked. Possible red for Barry, yes, but there's absolutely no chance of getting the cue ball safe. Well, certainly not into bulk anyway. Barry found a gap between the reds. What a pot that was, though. Just managed to find that gap and avoid cannoning those reds that I felt that he would cannon into. He's been a little unlucky. The green is on, but it's a fiddly little cutback this. Easily missed.
Just undercut it.
Barry Hawkins, 1.
Couple of potting errors creeping in from Hawkins. This wasn't a gimme, blind pocket. It's the black in the previous frame which allowed Trump in to seal it.
One.
Judd didn't cannon that red as full ball as he wanted to. That would have left him much straighter on the black.
Eight. Nine. $14.
Again, Judd being such a great break builder, he wants to clear the reds away from the pink spot area to make its path to the corner pockets more available.
15.
Don't know if the black pots into the left corner, but he can easily play for the red below it at some point.
$21. $22. $28. $29.
Trump had 15 to 20 minutes to absorb the disappointment of not taking a 3-1 interval lead, courtesy of that superb clearance of 70 from his opponent, but he seems to be well and truly over it. Great opportunity here to go to clear for the first time.
Took a bit of a chance there by playing a cannon.
36.
But I think he has a good angle on this red. And now that we know it pots into the left corner, he has very little to do with the cue ball.
37. 44. 45. 52. 53.
Trump's third half-century of the final. He doesn't appear to be rushing, but that's a lovely pace. 18 seconds a shot, in complete control of what he's doing.
60.
And just this red away from a 4-2 lead.
61.
Barry Hawkins paying a heavy price for
68.
the miss black in the previous frame, the green in this one. When you're up against the
69.
world number one, the margin for error is so fine.
Yes, Judd would have been bitterly disappointed at being 2-all at the interval. That was a great clearance on that man there, Barry
75.
Hawkins, of 70 to pip him on the black by a single point. But he's put that disappointment behind him, Judd, as all great champions do.
76. 83. 84. 91. 92.
'Closing in on his 10th century of the tournament.
97.
Of course, Stephen Hendry made 7 in the 1994 UK final. 6 of them in 8 frames against
99.
Ken Doherty. But this has been another measured and brilliantly crafted break.
102.
Judd Trump is in ruthless mood. Barry Hawkins has missed a couple of balls in the last 2 frames. He's been punished to the full. Trump now leads 4-2. To the
Barry
left
Hawkins
centre in the frame before last, and Miss Green when he was in the frame just gone. Both pounced upon by the world number 1, Judd Trump, who leads 4-2.
Very important frame this for Barry Hawkins. Judd just beginning to show signs of pulling away. Being short of the bulk cushion there with the cue ball could be a problem. Judd carrying all the momentum, having made that century break.
One.
Beautifully cued. And it didn't bother Judd at all that he was potentially leaving a couple of reds on there. Just had so much confidence that he wouldn't be missing this. Well, Judd can easily screw back for the red that's close to the black, but I'm just wondering whether the black is actually on its spot. Might be just a few millimetres off.
7.
Judd's having a very close look there. He's trying to ascertain whether the black is actually on its spot, because if it is, that red will still be available that's next to the black. Judd is hoping that he can't see the spot. I certainly can't.
Eight. $15. $16. $21. 22.
Has enough angle on the blue here to go into the pack of reds. Just have to have a quick glance at the reds to see if there are any potential plants anywhere. Just didn't catch them fully enough.
27. Judd trump, 27.
Multiple choices of reds here that Judd could attempt. Having a look at the plant, it needs to be made, but if Judd were to actually catch that on the thin side, as he's looking there, it would shove the red towards us, towards the pocket. It's an all or nothing shot. So if Judd takes it on, he's obviously very confident of making it, because the cube will be ploughing through the pink and reds. Is it worth the risk? Judd thinks so. Well executed. Well, we've seen Judd play similar shots and end up nicely on a colour, but not on this occasion.
green ball. Judd Trump, 1.
Just 6 points from Hawkins since he levelled with that superb 70 clearance to win the 4th frame by 1 point. 3 times he's seen Trump pot a red off his break-off in this final. And of course he's missed a couple of key balls in the last 2 frames which have directly cost him. But that's a good weighted safety.
Yes, that's a tremendous safety from Barry Hawkins, because you've got to understand he's under a lot of pressure here now. He's lost the last couple of frames. Only one before the interval he looked favourite to lose. So he's clinging on to Judd's coattails here, but it is beginning to get away from him a little bit this session. There are potable reds for Barry Hawkins, but I'm sure they all carry too much risk. Another top-class safety there from Judd. It's been a very high standard of snooker we're witnessing in this first session of the final. Judd Trump's pot success, 95%. Barry Hawkins, well, his pot success was at 93%. It's just diminished slightly. It's now at 89%. Short of pace. Now there is a possible red for Judd, just past the black into this right corner. But those 3 reds to the left of the black, at least a couple of them are potable, so it's not without risk if he does take this on. Could of course play around the angles towards bulk. Oh, it's clean as a whistle. He did play around the angles. He's just cleared the blue, the cue ball, so he's on the black. Would have much preferred the blue though, but I think he's too straight on it.
8. Judd trump, 8.
Not a lot of table time for Hawkins of late. Hasn't potted one for over 22 minutes. And unlike in the fourth frame, the table is not well set up at the moment for an effective counter from Hawkins.
Judd was a little fortunate there. I don't think he expected that red to go so close to the left corner, for it's found the cushion.
One.
Wonderful pot from Barry. Never easy when the object ball is just a fraction off the cushion like that.
Ping ball. Barry Hawkins, 1. Foul. No miss. Barry Hawkins, 4. Miss. Can we please check, Rob?
Perhaps a marginal adjustment. Extremely marginal.
A tiny bit back and then that way. Just a tiny bit, Tatiana. Yeah, that's fine. That
Rob Spencer doing the marking.
Okay. Barry, thank you.
Well, that cue ball must have rolled off about 1.5 inches, I'd suggest. Judd's hit completely the wrong side of that red. He wanted the cue ball near this corner pocket. Instead of that, he's given Barry an opportunity.
One.
It's a challenging table, but it's a welcome chance for Hawkins to get his cue arm going again. He's been largely frozen out by Judd Trump, who punished those 2 missed pots with big breaks. He fashioned a quite brilliant break in a very scrappy frame in his match with Sean Murphy. It was the 5th of the match after Murphy had made a couple of big breaks before the interval for 2 each.
9.
And out of nowhere, Hawkins conjured something off a long red, and he never looked back. He played 4 quite brilliant frames to win that match against Murphy, who clapped him out of the arena. And he's going to have to do something similar here to turn this into something really substantial, if not
16.
frame winning.
With the angle he has on the black here, he may well stun into those 2 reds together on the top cushion to try and promote one to a possible position. But there's no guarantee this will work out. And it hasn't.
$24. Barry Hawkins, 24.
Brilliant.
1.
Wonderful red again from Hawkins. He's looking for a bit of inspiration now to finish this first session strongly. He's in a bit of trouble at the moment, 4-2 behind. This lead could become ominous for Trump. But if he can win this frame, it means that he's going to be in touch, regardless of what happens in the last of the afternoon.
7.
Delicate touch required there to hold for the black. Played it really well. Sure, Barry will play for the red along the top cushion now. Points are level. Oh, this has worked out magnificently. I was a little surprised Barry risked the cannon there. He played it perfectly. You always trust to luck with these cannons, but to bring both reds into play was a real bonus.
15.
Care needed here.
20.
This red is just off the cushion, as you can see, which makes it just a little more missable. But it needs to be at least parallel to the black to get onto that awkward red near the side cushion there.
Barry Hawkins, 20.
The reaction tells the story. He's just overcut it. And he's furious.
It's tricky for Judd. He was just leaning awkwardly there, but he's just the pace of the cue ball to perfection, and Barry knows it. Well, a touch short of pace, but could be serendipitous for Judd, because he'll have to go the other side of the black now, but that will make getting onto the yellow easier.
Nine.
Given the position of the green, Judd just wants to leave himself as straight as possible on the yellow.
The longest frame of the final. A vital one.
16.
Trump looking to go 3 clear and in the process guarantee himself a lead going into the final session tonight.
$18.
Green, brown and blue required.
$21. $25.
Judd Trump has made a big move since the interval. He swallowed the disappointment of being pipped to the post in frame 4. And for the 3rd frame running, he's punished Barry Hawkins' potting error. This time it was a red along the top rail, which he overcut. You saw his reaction. He was furious. No wonder. It's a big frame coming up now for Hawkins. The last of the afternoon. He trails 5-2. Judd Trump looking for his 4th consecutive frame. He won 6 in a row, of course, against Kyron Wilson to get to the final. 5 in a row against Zhang Anda on his way to a 6-2 victory. He has been nigh on immaculate since the interval, as though that 4th frame, which was pinched from his pocket, never happened. The mark of a real champion. Hawkins, on the other hand, playing with the disappointment of knowing he's let a couple of chances slip, and that tends to happen when you're struggling. Not only do you miss, you leave your opponent an easy starter, as he's done again here.
One.
Yes, it just shows the importance of a run of the ball. Barry certainly suffered a bad run of the ball there, and it could be very costly.
Eight. Nine.
The 2 breaks that Hawkins has made of substance were outstanding. Century and the 70 clearance. But the rest of it has come from Trump. His 10th century of the tournament.
16.
But every time Hawkins has made a mistake, Trump has stepped in and ruthlessly punished.
17. $24. $25.
I wonder if Judd will go into the reds here. There's a little gap at the bottom of the reds. Now again, I am certain that a Judd of 10 years ago would have gone right into the reds there. That little gap at the bottom right of the main
30.
bunch is the area you'd like to screw into, and you can really fan out the reds, but Judd knows there are multiple reds still in possible positions here. And he wants to remove
33.
them. Cleverly nudged another red out there. I think there's room on the pink spot there. Referee Tatiana Wollaston just using the ball marker just to double check that there's room enough. Okay, so there wasn't enough room on the
39.
pink spot, so it goes on the green, the only other spot available.
40.
The stat on the left of the screen is the one that leaps off the page. 95% pot success. Trump has been practically immaculate since the interval. The usual potent mix
47.
of teak tough safety and wonderful breaks.
$48.
Judd tried to develop multiple reds there and just shift that cue ball up the table towards the blue from the pack, but didn't quite work out. But he always knew that the green was over the corner pocket as a fail-safe. Can he get position on the red? That's going to be the difficulty here.
Green ball.
Where's the cue ball going? Okay, it won't be in the centre pocket, but I don't
51.
think there's anything jugs and pots here. I don't see any plants that are makeable.
Glimmer of hope for the Hawk. 51 adrift.
Judd Trump, 51.
Judd decided to open up the reds there. Probably something he didn't really want to do, but to play a good safety, he had no choice. He certainly has played a good safety now that that cue ball has come to land right in the jaws of that yellow pocket. Barry can ill afford any more mistakes. Beautiful cueing from Barry. He is a lovely cueist, very fluent. But can Judd attempt this red? Take the cue ball around the back of the black and up to bulk. Big shot coming up. No, didn't attempt it. Oh, the cue ball has rolled off. The cue ball has rolled off again. Severely, actually.
Barry Hawkins is looking for the tide-turning intervention he conjured in frame 4 to get himself back in this final.
Judd potting reds on cushion rails. Barry Hawkins coming to the table 51 points behind. He wants the reds in open play. That's another fabulous safety shot from Barry Hawkins. Got the cue ball in the middle of the bulk cushion, so the brown is covering the main bulk of these reds. Just in a spot of bother here.
A rather pained smile followed by a little tap on the table, an acknowledgement of the excellence of Hawkins' safety there.
Just thinking, Phil, if you cast your mind back to the early hours when Barry finally completed victory over Mark Allen, I just wonder what time Judd went to bed last night, how long he waited up for to see who'd be playing in today's final. It'd be tricky to fall asleep not knowing who you're going to play.
It finished at 3 minutes to 1, 5 hours and 8 minutes long. The Hawkins-Allen saga.
I know. I was there. Yeah, there's a chance here of a 3-ball plant. Always worth looking at these. In fact, this is a serious opportunity for Judd. They're not so far off that they can't be made. And we all know what a shot maker Judd Trump is.
He's already knocked in a couple of extraordinary plants this week, one in particular against Zhang.
Encouragement from an audience member there, but Barry may have to take this red on. It's probably easier than the safety shot. Massive moments here.
One.
Wonderful. Gutsy again from Hawkins. And we've seen bags of that in his run to the final. Now, What can he produce here? Can he finish this session on a high?
That really was superb from Barry. Judd would have appreciated that, because this frame, an afternoon session would have been all over had that red not gone in.
9.
Worth just mentioning, this is the last of the frames to be played this afternoon before the evening session
16.
begins later on.
Seventy.
A couple of obvious obstacles for Hawkins in his
24.
bid to sign off with the third frame for him in this UK final. Red on the side cushion, a red not dissimilar to the one he missed in the previous frame on the top cushion.
Barry will be playing for the black off the next red, but I'd suggest he leaves one of the reds near the pink spot as his penultimate red, so he could bring the awkward red into play near the left-hand side cushion.
29.
That's what he's chosen to do, and unfortunately for Barry, he's just left himself
36.
one of those awkward shots where he can't just drop the red in. He wouldn't be high enough on the black. He's going to have to stun this in with just a little bit of pace, and it's identical, isn't it, Phil, to the one he missed?
Which he overcut. Big shot for Hawkins, this. And this time he's wriggled it in. And he's promoted the awkward red. It's game on now. What a finale to this session.
Oh, this is a wonderful effort from Barry Hawkins. What about the long red to get in with at the beginning? Looks like he may nab 2 frames. He looked favourite to lose. This session could have been 7-1. Could be 5-3.
50. $51.
So yellow, green, brown and blue required. He doesn't need the pink.
$56. $59.
This has been brilliant from Hawkins. He's missed 3 balls in the last 3 frames, all of which have been punished by Judd Trump with frame-winning breaks. It was essential that he finished this session on a high. And if this blow goes in, then he will have done. What mettle. Once again, just as he showed against Mark Allen at the death in the small hours, he's kept Trump honest for the final session. A UK final of the highest class. Another formidable display of all-round excellence from Judd Trump, but two inspirational breaks.
Frame 9. Barry Hawkins to break.
Barry Hawkins made two great clearances to keep him in this UK Championship final. A 17 frame 4 and 81 in the last of the afternoon. He trails Judd Trump 5-3. There's a long way to go. It's first to 10 as the room falls quiet for a big night of snooker. Judd Trump looking for a 30th ranking title, a second UK Championship victory. And Barry Hawkins, it will be a 5th ranking title, but first in a major tournament. Memorable, whoever comes through. I'm sure the crowd here would love it to be close. And it is set up nicely. It could easily have been a bigger lead for Trump. Hawkins dug in after that late night finish, 1 o'clock finish against Mark Allen. He played really well, particularly in those 2 frames. He had a century as well, so it's all set up, and myself and Alan cannot wait.
Yeah, we sure can't. Good evening, everyone. One of the great nights in the snooker calendar. And just on the walk-ons there, for once, Barry Hawkins, it seems, has got the support out there. Standing ovation to a person. That was electric. And as you say, they fall to a hush, ready for a fabulous night of championship snooker in front of us.
Trump at 95% pot success in the final, which is a very impressive figure. As I say, he would have been maybe disappointed not to have been at least 6-2. Hawkins with those 2 clearances, particularly the one in the last of the afternoon. It was such a big frame that to win. But the first good chance tonight falls to Judd Trump.
Yeah, he did the correct thing. He stayed aggressive. He did for Mark Allen early this morning by being aggressive. That's the way he's got to play tonight if he's going to beat this fella.
1.
Well, of course, it's one match, but it's 2 sessions, and there's been a good 3 hours away from the arena, away from the match table. So Trump looking to settle in again. Had to come from behind against Neil Robertson and John Higgins early on. Played superbly against Yang Ander in that quarter-final, and again from behind against Karen Wilson in the semis was impressive. He's made 10 centuries in the tournament. But just waiting here for Tatiana Wollaston just to get the pink in its rightful spot.
Thank you. 7. Eight. $15. 16.
draw for the Masters was made at the interval this afternoon. These two have actually drawn each other in the first round in the new year, Alexandra Palace. So whatever happens here, memories will be fresh when they do clash cues again.
$21. $22.
Yeah, Judd coming out with great purpose, I think, but in part because of the way that last frame this afternoon went. In certain clearances are kept under lock and key for the chosen
27.
few, and that was something else from Barry to get this to 5-3, but Judd pressing on again. Because make no mistake about it, he would have
28.
been, well, maybe devastated is too strong a word, but extremely disappointed to not have a 6-2 advantage.
Yeah, I mean, in both frames where Hawkins cleared, Trump had made significant breaks. He made a 69 in the fourth, he made a 51
33.
in the eighth. It just shows you the level they're playing at. You know, they weren't enough to win those frames.
$34.
Well, maybe just pushing that green safe with the lead he's building is a good thing to have in the locker to guard against maybe another clearance down the line from Hawkins.
Brown ball.
What a shot, and an even better result.
38.
He's just played a shot that not many can. And it looks like it's going to go a long way to getting this first frame under his belt. What a shot that was.
Yeah, and this is a little like how he actually started the match itself. He came out the blocks with a quick fire 73. Just showing everyone, most notably Hawkins, how good he's feeling. Worth seeing this again.
46. $47.
But imperative, he now kills this off at this visit. As you can see, he's kind of overperforming in the final compared to the rest of the tournament. Not counting that Zhanganda match where he was sensational.
54. $55.
Now then, Barry eyeballing Judd with good reason. This is far from a sitter. Ah, but what a shot that is. That's a gorgeous cut back. And he's very unfortunate to send a break, but what a brave shot to play. That's one thing you can never level at him, is his lack of bravery. That was superb.
Yeah, now that green really does become important, the fact that he inadvertently pushed it there earlier. We've been here before, haven't we? As I say, another good half-century that isn't quite a frame-winning break.
Judd Trump, 62.
So a little unlucky, but a good start nonetheless, 62, but there are still 75 points available.
He's actually looking at the possibility of shifting the green with this red. Not bad. You always look to the yellow spot on that line, don't you? The red's pretty much on the yellow spot line to that pocket, so on screen it looks very doable, but you'd certainly miss more of these than you'd get, even for Judd, if he takes it on. It's just a superb pot, isn't it? Knowing that the green's there, that'll be his shot. Yes, the black would arithmetically get the frame one, but the green's a certainty, and if we can negotiate a path in and out of baulk, it should be back to 3 in front.
Well, Hawkins potted 2 great reds to initiate those 2 clearances we've mentioned. That was another good one from Trump. And it looks like first blood tonight for him. Doesn't spend many Sundays at home, does he, Judd Trump? He's been in so many finals the last few years, and it was always the case when he was growing up. You know, as a junior, his dad Steve would drive him and his brother Jack often to Leicester, Willie Thorne's, other places in the UK, where quite often he'd come home with the trophy.
12.
Dreaming of winning trophies like this, of course, the great UK Championship. And if he does win, and he's 4 frames from doing so, he'll become only the 10th multiple winner of this great title. Hawkins absolutely has a lot of support. People like Barry, they'd love to see him land a big one. They understand all the years he's put in, but he's up against the most relentless winner we have right now in snooker, who's made the perfect start really to the evening.
24. 25. $32. Judd Trump, 32.
So Judd Trump goes back to 3 frames clear, needing 4 more to be UK champion for the 2nd time. It's 6-3. So Judd Trump's won the first of the night. Barry Hawkins didn't really get a look in. Had just a go at a long red early on, didn't he? But no chance to make the counter clearance this time.
What a fabulous pick out. And it wasn't a natural either. He had to work the cue ball. That was brilliant, perfect position. He won't be too disappointed in the way that he lost the first frame because he was aggressive,
6.
like he was with that long red. Don't mind that so much. That's all part of it. These guys actually take a risk. They don't make it. They expect to get punished.
7.
Yeah, I like what he said in his interview. He said what he learned from the other major finals that he'd lost is that he has to think about himself, not who he's playing and what they can do. We know what they can all do. He's seen it close up in this tournament. He's had to play Ronnie O'Sullivan, Dave Gilbert, who should have beaten him, he missed a green, Sean Murphy and Mark Allen, just to get to the final. That's a pertinent thing to mention on screen there, that final. That was the last final they played in, with Hawkins winning just last year, the European Masters.
15.
Yeah, I'll have a good look at the plant at the back of them. It's certainly close. Well, that tells us it's
20.
close but no good. It's not on, so above the blue, try and shift them.
$23.
This is actually quite a nice shot he has. I mean, he may well play on
28.
black. I quite like topping this through for blue or bulk colour, because there's every chance of opening it all up. Yeah, like that. That's the way to play it. Always going to shift a few reds.
29.
Don't quite possess the power of Judd, but then not many do. But still not terrible.
$35. Barry Hawkins, 36.
Yeah, don't need me to tell you. That's not going to work tonight. He's gotten away with it, I think, but at 6-3 behind against a monster like Judd, you've got to take advantage of everything you get. Double. Has he left the gap? Oh, he has, you know, he has. So he's passed the chance straight back to Barry this time. You've got to take this down.
Well, it's quite a mistake that from Trump. Not missing the double, but not getting cover on the red to middle. any player trailing in any match, certainly finals, needs a helping hand now and again, and Hawkins has been given one here.
6. 7. 12. 13. 20. 21.
So, he's grabbed hold of this reprieve with both hands in his blue and red for 6-4. I'm sure there'll be a big cheer when he pots this. He's getting a lot of support here this evening.
27.
Well, not the biggest. Maybe they're waiting for him to pop this just to make sure of the frame. Very sensible.
34. 35. 41. 42. 49. 50. 57. Barry Hawkins, 57.
So he missed the black initially. Trump, though, in going for that double, left the red to middle. Big mistake. Hawkins makes 57 and closes the gap to 6-4. I think if you buy a ticket for the final, and maybe if you're watching on TV, you're hoping first and foremost for a close contest. And it remains close. Last time there was only one in it was at 3-2. So can Hawkins just pile the pressure on? Much as Judd Trump has won, I think he said himself this does feel different, this tournament. There's a lot of attention on it. It's a historic major title. It's first held 1977. He grew up watching it, so there's pressure on him to get the job done tonight. They're both going for the shots, aren't they? But not even Trump can pot everything.
One.
Yeah, no cause for alarm. It's obviously break is going to end right here, but he can see the underside of the pink. So cue ball behind the black spots shouldn't be a problem. Is he thinking about taking on the yellow? But there's more certainty in the pink, isn't it? Worth another look at it, but yeah, I think the pink's the percentage shot.
Barry Hawkins 1.
Trying to set a trap here. Cue ball just above just below the middle pocket. Perhaps that red in the centre of the table goes to right corner. Just switching it up almost. Players actually in this position sometimes almost try to resolve it together, almost try to get rid of those two reds in bulk, but it's just a bit too risky. Got to double down on everything in these frames. Remember the decider. Judd against John Higgins. John played one loose shot, cost him the match.
Thank you.
Tickets went on sale this morning for next year's UK Championship, which will be held here again. And if you've been this week, I'm sure you'll want to come back because it's been such a great atmosphere. We've seen some terrific snooker, some very dramatic matches, late finishes, a few upsets. Tonight, the real drama in terms of who's going to prevail. Be memorable for whoever it is and for all the people who came to support them.
Yeah, now this time it looks like he's going to be pushing some reds to the right. So he could be doing with avoiding that yellow. Nicely done. Here's a half chance at distance. It's quite dangerous though, when the red's higher than the pink spot and you play it with pace, you don't get near the jaws, it can land anywhere. A lot of pace in this. Ah, great ports. And how's the kiss? It's perfect. A lot of shots.
Yeah, whatever happens tonight, Hawkins can certainly say he gave it a go. You know, he's not going to be sat at home tomorrow if he loses thinking, why didn't I go for my shots? He may be sat at home with the trophy thinking, what a great tactic to go for them. I thought he was impressive last night from 4-2 down. That was not the most positive match, was it, against Mark Allen? It was slow going, but he managed to dig himself out of it. This is a different sort of challenge, of course. But he's come with that same positive mindset.
8. Barry Hawkins, 8.
Yeah, it wasn't easy, far from it. And I think he's left the straight one to left corner. That was almost 10 steps forward, but one back is all it takes against this Judd Trump fella. You cannot let him off the hook like that. But no. Alright, it wasn't a sitter, and he's trying to hold the cue ball shy of the baulk line. But it's also apparent to me at the moment, Judd knows that Barry Hawkins is playing brilliantly.
1.
He knows it in his heart of hearts.
Yeah, he's a threat, all right. He's a threat from the way he's already played and just his general attitude in this match. And also the crowd are really on his side here.
Eight. Nine.
When I say Barry's playing well, what I kind of mean by that is, I think Judd knows it as well. What I mean is when he gets in this position, I think Judd more than anyone expects Barry to take it down. And that puts enough pressure on you. If you lean hard enough on someone, eventually they'll topple over. That's a long way from happening. And I know the game's the
16.
game, but it's not beyond the realms of possibility that Judd could have been 7-1 in front when you look back at the frames of this afternoon. It's not that far away from 6-5.
$23. 24. $31. $32.
A couple of reds near cushions, which will help with the lead he's got. He won't need them. He'd be one of those players, if he were to win tonight, and it's still a big if, of course, but within minutes, most of the rest of the tour would be messaging him, the other players, to say, well done, Barry, because that's what how he's thought about.
40.
Remember John Spencer, the former world champion, he was once being criticised by someone. They said, what did you ever do for snooker? And he said, I played it. And that's what Barry Hawkins has done for 30 years without ever pushing himself into the limelight. Just loves playing. He's played to a very, very high level as well. All that's missing is one of these major
47.
trophies that you remember for.
$48.
Yeah, so there's no natural path to the next red, so he's going to have to either work the cue ball or play the split on the pink spot. Oh, it goes badly wrong. Yeah, just
Hawkins, 48.
a technical failure, at least as David said. He's got some insurance.
Well, yeah, the crowd oohing and ahhing because that only just went. But he's got some sort of chance to get back into the frame here, which could have been over.
Six.
He's torn it. And Judd, it's not easy to keep this totally safe.
Judd trump 6.
Yeah, here we go. Alright, he's promoted a red, but Barry can play that one with lots of check. Straighten the cue ball back up table. He can go deep as well, as long as he avoids the cannon. Yeah, the pot should win the frame. But played it with total commitment. Alright, he's not on the black. Oh, jings, that is unlucky, isn't it? Oh. Staying aggressive, cutting this blue, is he? Yeah, not this time.
Barry Hawkins
But
1.
no damage. Well, fantastic pot. Now, it's a tough table, but the frame a couple of times could have been over. And that pace, though, into the middle, my word. Another very attacking shot. I think his thinking here is get on the loose red with an angle to promote the other one with the black waiting. That's his plan. Through yellow and green twice. Needs to run though. Collision spoils it. But that's what he was after.
6. Judd trump 6.
It's one of these cuts, this, you've got to commit to it. Almost pretend it's the only ball on the table because it is frame ball. Is it the long one? No, it is. What damage? Oh, he's been fortunate.
Thank you. No need to shout out every shot. Thank you.
Yeah, just a polite request from the referee, Tatiana Wollaston. What is it? Feels a crunch stage of the evening. By the way, there'll be plenty more before we're done here. Still early, isn't it? We've only had 2 frames.
That last shot that Judd played was really smart. See, he's in no great rush. The 2 reds together, you think he's got to get them out, but there's no hurry. All right, that's a poor shot. And a chance for Barry to nail this, but Judd's really smart that way. He knows that he can get them both out in one fell swoop. But that's only if Barry misses this red. Here's something of a free shot. Yeah, wisely not getting dragged in, and terrific cover.
So, snooker's required. We'd like the 6 points, I guess. 47 in it, 43 on without the pink. Well, the black was 7 points either way. That should be 6-5. And as I said earlier, the last time there was only 1 in it was 3-2. So Hawkins managed to stay in touch. A big last frame of the afternoon. And tonight, he's closed the gap.
Barry Hawkins, 8. And a frame.
Trump remains in his seat. Quite a lengthy frame in the end, 28.5 minutes. It's gone to Barry Hawkins, who's won the last 2. pattern was set on day one of the tournament. We had some real close finishes. We've had several since. They both featured in them along the way. Is the whole week going to come down to the last couple of frames? Well, it's 6-5 now. Judd Trump's hoping to pull away, having won that opening frame tonight pretty swiftly. That's not happened.
Barry having a go again. Ooh. This time it's a miss-hit. It was a good break-off by Judd. That red behind the black spot always forces your hand as a player to be aggressive.
One. Seven. Eight. Fourteen.
10 centuries in the tournament from Trump. The record in the UK is 13, but that was Neil Robertson and Ding Junhui in the time it was the flat draw, so they came in the last 1-8 round. Because Trump came in the last 32, so played 2 fewer matches. So 10 is plenty in the 5 matches he's played, and he'd love a couple more, wouldn't he, this evening?
Twenty-two. 23.
It's gone a bit awkward. He doesn't want to play into the pack this early. He doesn't have to. He has the red and bulk, but it's not easy to get on. You see that he doesn't want to go into the pack just yet because it would be risky.
$29. Foul and a miss. Judd Trump, 29. Barry Hawkins, 4.
This is a critical stage of the match for him, isn't it? You know, the interval looming. Does he have brown ball cover if the red travels? No, I don't think he does. He's left it. Quite a poor mistake.
Yeah, and these little moments, you know, they all add up. The point is, he started well, Hawkins, but he's still trailing. He's still chasing. He's not got his man yet.
1.
Yeah, it's a wee bit unlucky. Good split.
6.
Nothing easy, but certainly has one. And this is the thing, you can't take your eye off the ball. Even if you think Judd's in a period of the match where he's a wee bit defensive and sort of struggling for the line to get the 2-frame gap again, he's always dangerous. Yeah, they're like twin engines. You can go at full speed and sweep all before him, but then he can ease off the gas and just sit and wait. And when the mistake comes, he jumps all over it and he's back on the accelerator again.
Brown ball.
This could be one of those times. That's a clever way of using the green as well, just as a buffer. Perfect position now.
11.
So much of this game, as we know, is psychological, and Hawkins, you know, will be sitting thinking,
80.
maybe I've got him rattled. But if Trump wins the frame here, then he's saying, I'm not rattled.
19.
Doesn't look so easy to pot them when you see it on that picture, does it? And from right behind the pocket here.
$25.
50 in front, plenty there to get this one at this visit. But plenty of pressure on him to do exactly
26.
that. Of course, he's already won 2 big titles this season, the Shanghai Masters and the new Saudi Arabia Masters, as well as losing in 2 finals.
32.
So it's black and 1 more red. And he'll have his 2-frame lead back. As long as he's on 10 at the end of the night, he's not really bothered about the order the frames are won in. As long as he's still ahead of Barry Hawkins, that's what it's all about. He's been forced into playing well, though. You know, you come out tonight 5-3, he wins the first. There's visions then of 8-4, you know, 10-5. It hasn't worked out
40.
that way. Been forced into focusing. He's done so in this visit, and this is the pot that should make it 7-5 at the interval.
41.
Great visit, because Hawkins was playing really well. Just that one slip-up from him to leave the chance. A couple of snookers required. Great to see Tatiana out there refereeing. Ben, her husband, is here with the 2 sons as well. Lovely that the family can come and support her. And as ever, she's just done a very professional job, which is what you'd expect from her. She'll be doing many more big finals, I'm sure. Hawkins is still very
45.
much in this, of course, but as I say, he was looking for signs that Trump might be feeling it, and there haven't been any in this frame. Not at this visit.
46.
But it's still a tight match as the players get ready for the interval.
$52. 53.
Just enough on for what would be his second century of the final, the third in total. Well, there his parents, they've seen a lot of snooker over the years, as is his friend Darren there, just on the
59.
left. But Steve and Georgina, from when he was literally
60.
5 or 6, were watching Judd Trump on Sundays winning snooker trophies. And they're just as proud now as they were then.
66.
Yeah, Judd's dad, Stephen, there, and Darren, one of Judd's pals for,
67.
well, since forever, basically. They go and have a game, the two of those. I think once a week. They've been doing it for years. They go and have a little tear-up in the local club.
Foul. Barry Hawkins 7.
Well, he won't mind too much about that because he's won the frame decisively, a 67. This is a really fascinating final.
Frame 13. Barry Hawkins to break.
So the last mini session of the UK Championship final, and Barry Hawkins still in touch here, trailing just 7-5. Judd Trump, therefore, heads into this final mini session with his two-frame lead intact. It was 5-3, of course, when he came back tonight. 9 days of snooker, but I guess the real drama is about to unfold over the next couple of hours. Can Hawkins hit back? Can Trump hold him off? Who's going to prevail? Well, not only potted it, but managed to get the equipment out of the way, which is not always straightforward. Yeah, from around straight, it would be a lot easier this now. Can he just nip this cue ball with lots of backspin, not to disturb the black too much. Dropping it in.
7.
Well controlled.
$14. 22. $23.
Yeah, it wouldn't be the worst idea to get the pink sort of out of harm's way by potting it.
30.
Get it up onto the yellow spot.
$31.
Didn't quite grip the cue ball as intended, so this has gone a bit awkward. And if he's going to play with force into the pack of reds, lots of pace equals lack of control. And so he held off at a fraction in terms of pace, but he's unlucky a bit. The cue ball just stuck on the end of them.
Hawkins, 38.
Well, he hasn't missed, just ran out of position. There's a gap to that red nearest this left corner. It's quite a nice shot to play because the natural path is up, going up behind the green or towards the green. That did look risky. There was always lots of traffic to avoid. Second bite of the cherry then for Hawkins in the first frame back after the interval, already 38 in front, coming to the table. And the head-to-head coming in is close, 11-8 to Trump. He won the last 4, so Hawkins, by winning that European Masters, actually went in front against him, 8-7. That was the final, which is significant.
8.
Yeah, just left this a little awkward. More than a little.
Fifteen. Sixteen. $23. $24.
Just really getting on with this, which suggests confidence and a positive mindset. No signs of being tired after last night's extraordinary match with Mark Allen. And he needs this red to get within 1. And then the question is, can he level up? Match last level at 2-2. First things first, pot this for 7-6. Barry Hawkins refusing to go away here.
$37. $38. $45.
So 2 scoring visits, 38 and 45, and he dominates the first frame back. He gets another big cheer. The crowd really supporting Barry Hawkins tonight. He pulls back to within 1 at 7-6.
Judd Trump to break.
7-6. So this is a very interesting frame. As I say, it's not been level this match since 2-2. But remember, it was 5-2 to Trump, and it could easily have been 6-2, but for that brilliant 81 clearance from Hawkins, and he's stuck in tonight. He's won 3 of the 5 frames played this evening, so just 1 in it as he attempts to put more pressure on the shoulders of Judd Trump here. See from that graphic, he's been winning frames tonight comfortably. 2 of them, Judd Trump has not scored at all. He might here though. But he doesn't.
Thank you. 5. Six.
Although he's never won one of these Triple Crown events, it
30.
sort of looks to me tonight like he's totally comfortable. You must even...
14.
Well, not even 24 hours ago, he was struggling badly against Mark Allen and found something, and that was when conditions were quite poor. Conditions tonight look very good, actually, so the sides are getting better all the time.
21.
His first ever one of those
22.
finals 11.5 years ago against O'Sullivan at Sheffield. He played brilliantly, but he could never get on terms. He was always seemed to be 2 or 3 frames behind, certainly for the first half of it. And eventually O'Sullivan pulled away. I know it was a long time ago, but I think he's going to be very difficult to stop tonight if he can get back on terms. Because at the
29.
moment, I think he's playing the better of the two.
Thirty.
Oh, he's overcooked this. Oh, that's a bad mistake.
35. Barry Hawkins, 35.
Yeah, disappointed, I'm sure, but in the last frame he made 38, broke down, got in again, of course was already well in front. Just needed one more visit.
Yeah, you'd like to take the red on, but that one sticking out to left middle is a problem in that regard. And that's the reason he's not entertaining it, but he must get a good cue ball. Judd has the same red. He doesn't want to play it either for good reason. But he's forced into it, so here we go. Oh, a supreme piece of cueing. This is what he does, isn't it? He comes up with the answers. Not always, because no one can. But when he's been threatened, which he is at the moment, that was an exceptional long red and pink to find just when he needs it.
Eight.
Trying to keep the break going and get back into something like ideal position.
14.
Well, so far in the final, using the rest, he's 11 out of 11. But that one stays out. As I say, he was just trying to get in that visit nicely in, wasn't quite. And the red stays out.
Please stop talking. Well, he's opened them. He's desperate for cover, or at the very least, cue ball in a tight spot. But walk away a little concerned here. Red close to the corner pocket. Cue ball close to the baulk cushion. Well, you can still pot this green, but there's nothing coming easy at the moment. It's a bit like previous visit. The difference now is the reds are in play. So if he can land nicely on a red, and you feel he will, just where they are, in potting the green, he could be away here. Just a bit tricky. He's a long way away from the cue ball.
It's a real stretch if he tries to play it like that. The worst scenario, of course, he's not potting it at all. But it is in, so this feels like a better chance now the Reds are spread as they are. By reaching the final, he was guaranteed to go over £1 million in prize money for this season already. So before Christmas, he's earned £1 million. He's going to smash the prize money record for the season. You've got to think by some distance there's some big first prizes to play for. The Masters have gone up 100,000 to 350. He'll be in Saudi Arabia just before Christmas for the invitation event. That's another $250,000, and then we get started on the run into the World Championship, which is $500,000. So the rewards are there. Players who are as consistent as Judd Trump in getting to these big finals.
$70. 18. 24. 25. 30. 31.
Yeah, so this next one is the key shot, red. To probably pink again. High of straight.
37.
Which he has. And should win the frame from here, no problem.
$44. 45.
So the last hurdle, yellow waiting. If this goes in, he's back to 2 in front.
Yeah, he's just holding Barry Hawkins off, isn't he? Hawkins can't quite get level.
51.
And the problem now, of course, he knows at 8-6 it could swing the other way. If he loses the neck, suddenly he seems a long way back from someone who's made this tough tonight for Trump.
$53.
A lot's changed for him since he first won the title in 2011, when he was just 22, new on the scene. Of course, he'd been in the World Final, won his first title in China that year. Then it was about backing it up and making good on all the potential. .32 in front
Trump,
with
53.
25 on, so it's 2 snookers needed. Well, it wasn't the worst flick on the pink, was it? He's got him in a snooker, actually, and of course it's Hawkins in his 2. Still in it after that shot, though. Well, hasn't threatened yet to get a snooker. Trump needs to be disciplined, of course. Not do anything silly here.
Frame considered.
And
Frame
in fact,
check.
Hawkins has seen enough. As I say, can't quite get on level terms. Judd Trump holding him at arm's length as he goes back 2 in front at 8-6. Hawkins running out of frames. I'm sure snooker fans will remember the last decider in the UK final back in 2020, Neil Robertson and Judd Trump. Of course, Trump came out the wrong end of that one. 10-9, 1 in the morning, both exhausted. No audience to keep them going, of course, in those times. Well, I think there is a red to middle, but nothing easy at this stage.
No, it's almost a red that John Higgins left for Judd. I mean, you get a sense there of what little pocket there was to aim at, just in off the near jaw. Now, this green in some ways is even more tricky. Yeah, nicely played.
Four.
Yeah, it looks simple, that shot, but you still got to send the cue ball on quite a journey. So that's of course what he excels at. Just going back to that last frame when
Five.
Barry on 30 odd played the blue in and out of balk and lost the cue ball. That's the one thing that Judd is way better than anyone else in the game. In and out of balk, that's where Barry came a cropper.
Yeah, I mean, I mentioned the defeat to Robertson. That was on the final pink, 10-9. He lost to RonnieO'Sullivan as well in the 2014 final, 10-9, having been 9-4 down.
11.
So he got close both times, losing to great players. And of course, he's been world champion, but the couple of world finals he lost, one was to John Higgins, one was to RonnieO'Sullivan, you know, so he's been getting closer to adding to his tally of majors, but losing to all-time greats. Of course, he's got 2 Masters titles to his name so far.
18.
Even then, he had to beat O'Sullivan in one final, Mark Williams in the other. That's the company he belongs in. We'll see at the end of his career where he stands on the all-time lists and the various records. Still plenty of years left at the top level. If he were to win tonight, in terms of all-time ranking titles, he'd be just one behind John Higgins.
27. $34.
Yeah, that red near the balk line is going to help him. He can almost pick his spot off this next red. He would actually favour balk colour, yellow or green, from it to attack the side of the cluster of reds.
40.
Just checking out if there's a plant, if he does decide to go into the edge of them, or the side of them. Yeah, I think he's worried if he goes from, you know, say the yellow into the left half of them as we see it. The top red is almost like a plant cannon into the corner. It's unlikely, but it could happen, so he's covering those bases and deciding on blue. Because he can meet the pink head on, and with his cue speed, he's brilliant at meeting it head on. It's in the perfect place. I mean, it's just right of the spot by a fraction, which actually helps this shot to meet it.
$46.
Well, he's still on one. They didn't exactly scatter.
$47.
He's showing a lot of nerve here, Trump. He's been put under it tonight by Hawkins, who's got a lot of crowd support, but he's just sort of silencing all that, isn't he? Just going about his business here.
beautiful pack of 5 to go into. You're bound to be on one, and he's perfect. He's perfect.
52. $53.
So, unless there's a major slip-up, he's going to be one from the title. He has said, and I think it's true, that he treats all the tournaments the same, Trump, and he wants to win them all.
60.
But he does know that people look at your record in these majors and to an extent judge you on them.
61.
So if he becomes a multiple UK champion, that might quiet some of that down. This black, and Hawkins needs a snooker. Yes, terrific break at a crucial time.
68.
Harry Hawkins has been in trouble at various times, of course. 4-2 down to O'Sullivan, 5-4 down to Gilbert, and virtually out. Gilbert missed a green. Against Mark Allen, he had to really battle again from 4-2 down, but this is the biggest jeopardy of all. 9-6 down in the final, and Judd Trump is making a dash for the line.
$84. 85. $92. 93.
What a time to pull out another century. It'll be his 46th of the season and his 11th of this year's UK Championship.
$101. $106. 108.
Yes, in mid-break again, evidence and showing us how clever he is. Time out the red near the baulk line. He took a couple of minutes to decipher what was the best way to attack the reds.
115.
He decided it was the blue, and again, he's made the correct decision, and this is the result of it.
120. $126.
Some break at this stage. It's a total clearance from Judd Trump to move to within one of the title. Well, it's a pretty spellbinding 1-3-3, wasn't it, in that last frame? And it's given Judd Trump all the momentum now in this final. 9-6, he's one away. Hawkins was sort of sat with a slight grin on his face between frames. He just witnessed a very special break, and all the work he'd done to make it close was sort of undone in that contribution from Trump. But he's got to dig in. Stranger things have happened. John Higgins was 9-5 down, wasn't he, in the UK final to Mark Williams, 1-10-9.
Well, perhaps he isn't done just yet. Can he find another, though? Ah, superb. To keep the dream alive. Now, does the pink spot go onto the black spot when potted? That would help.
6.
Yeah, hard to tell there.
7.
It would kind of help if it did do, because you know, it might be a wee bit tied up. We'll find out in a few seconds. Doesn't really matter though. I mean, the black's perfect, isn't it, for that wing ball on the left-hand side. Now he actually would want the pink to go on its spot. So that complicates
30.
it. Just a fraction.
$14.
Yeah, it's gone horribly wrong.
$21.
But what a way to solve the situation.
He's going to have a go, which is great to see. Remember Ronnie O'Sullivan missing that red, 4-2 up against him. You know, it could all have been over more than a week ago for Hawkins. So if he is to go down tonight, it'll be swinging.
29. $30.
Okay, well, he's on one, but there's pressure on this. It could be the end, actually, if he misses it. It wasn't the cleanest, but it's in, so what a chance then to hit back in style.
$43. $44. $51. $52. $59. $60.
So 2 more pots to pull one back in no time at all. suppose that's one way to stop Judd Trump. Pot everything yourself.
67.
Yeah, he's showing great fighting spirit here, is Barry Hawkins. As I said earlier, he's had to dig himself out of trouble several times during the tournament. And he's at least extended this final and making Judd Trump feel he's going to have to put together a good
75.
frame to get it won.
Barry Hawkins, 75 and a 10.
Trump is not getting out of his seat, so in just 7.5 minutes, Barry Hawkins pulls one back. This final not done yet. Trump's lead cut to 9-7.
Frame 17. Barry Hawkins to break. Thank you.
Well, that last frame didn't take long, did it? Just 7.5 minutes. Barry Hawkins, one visit, and it's 9-7. And that's after sitting out a total clearance of 133 from Trump. Both players have been really attacking in this final, but he's a concern always when there's a long red sticking out.
Thank you. Catch and go.
Just put a bit too much into that, offering Judd the left side of the pack. It's one of these, you're almost, you're not playing it, but the in-off in the green pocket, dead weight. Ooh.
Foul. No miss. Barry Hawkins.
Now then. The mood that Barry's been in, well, pretty much all day long,
Thank
suggests
you,
that
please. This is
you'd
not
fancy him
helping.
taking this on. It's definitely his mindset, isn't it? Go and get it. Don't wait for it to come to you. Here we go then.
Yes, and it was cheered in by so many people here at the Barbican, who first things first would love to see more snooker, but Barry Hawkins all day has had great support.
Seven. Eight. $15.
Oh, that's a gorgeous shot, isn't it? And the fact that he took that red on, the long red at the start of the break, it's saying to Judd, and he'll get the message loud and clear, don't worry. If you leave me anything that's remotely gettable, I'm going to take it on. And not just take it on, I fancy getting them. So it's a dangerous business if Judd thinks, I'm going to have to just wait this out here and wait in my chance.
23.
That is a dangerous game to play. I'm sure Judd will figure it out, the best way to approach these next potential 2.5 frames, but Barry at the moment is not missing a shot.
24.
And everything is found in the middle of the target.
$31.
There's many a slip twixt cup and lip, but thankfully for Barry this time it just about gets the far jaw with no pace.
$38. $39.
Well, his positivity cannot be questioned, cannot be faulted.
46.
Gone for this in a big way. You know, the break Trump made, the 1-3-3, it kind of looked like a tournament-winning break, really. He had that feel of it, but he's not potted one since.
$47.
Yeah, clever shot because the pink spot was going to obscure that red. It's a little bit awkward, the green that is. Yeah, it's just a wee bit awkward for his bridge hand. Should be okay given full concentration. Yeah, back off, make your mind up. And just accept that you've got to close your bridge hand in on it. It's not his way, but he will adapt, you would expect. Yeah, nicely done. And the other striking thing about the way he's playing right now, he could be in the club of a Tuesday morning having a loosener. That's the way he's hitting the ball. There's no tension in the shoulders. Cue ball is working perfectly. And he looks under no pressure. that might change if he keeps winning, you know, the way he's going at the
51.
moment, and then maybe take us to the decider. But at the moment, he looks sensational.
Yeah, he's gone along in this final at 24 seconds a shot. Trump 23, much nearer where they want to be, certainly, than where Barry was last night.
He's got a tiny angle to work with. The key to this is don't try to hit it too hard. Don't try to pinch the pocket and force it. Oh, that's lovely. He cued that beautifully. Last chance for Judd in this frame then. Barry screwing onto the left half of the pink. Perfect.
Well, it's been two perfect frames.
65.
This red, and it's 9-8. But it's how it's gone 9-8. He's dominated the last two frames. And, you know, it could just be two more chances he needs to be UK champion. That's the way he's playing.
$73. 74. $81. 82.
This time the
Barry
pink
Hawkins,
doesn't drop,
82.
but two sensational frames from Barry Hawkins, breaks of 75 and 82, and in the blink of an eye, he's back to within one. This is anybody's. Trump leads 9-8.
Frame 18.
Judd Trump the 1-3-3.
Judd Trump to break.
A couple of half chances since. Hawkins has made 75 and 82.
Thank you.
That's how we've got from 8-6 to Trump to now 9-8 to the world number one. He needs one, Hawkins needs two. But as I say, it might just be two chances he needs to get this one. Who knows, if it does go 9-all, we might get a nervy decider, but we've just both been so positive in this match. It's been refreshing to see.
I think he's got to pull the trigger again here. He can't lay the cue ball down this end. Oh, wow. Wow, that was close.
It really was. Question now, how's Trump feeling after the last two frames? When he won in 2011, he was 8-3 up to Mark Allen. He came back at him. Trump won 10-8.
It's not how you start a final, it's how you finish.
Thank you.
Trump at the moment is struggling. Well, that's maybe a bit strong. He's not played that many bad shots, but when your opponent, i.e. Barry Hawkins, is playing the way he is at the moment, any little mistake is magnified. Worrying times.
Seven. 8.
And just when the pressure should start biting, he's absolutely flushing the cue ball at the moment. See that? He's almost
15.
driving through it the way you would want to under pressure. It's one of the hardest things to do in this game, even for these guys. Into the pack. Key shot. He's okay. He's got a red to left middle and it's fine.
20.
And the other good news, if the black goes on the pink spot in a few seconds, which I'm not sure it does, but if it does, he's absolutely perfect.
Oh, it just dived for that near jaw.
Barry Hawkins, 20.
Wow. How critical could that be now for Barry Hawkins?
Oh, was that UK? His UK Championship. Right there and then. Wow, that was close.
1.
So it's been all Hawkins for 2 and a bit frames. Trump, who had a chance, of course, at the start of this one, now needs to call on his vast experience at closing out tournaments. Let's not forget the last ranking event he won in Riyadh. That went to a decider who was 60-odd behind to Mark Williams and cleared up in magnificent fashion. This is slightly different. He's trying to hold back the tide here.
We sometimes talk about sitting and preparing for an unexpected chance when it comes along. This is a case in point. What can he do with it? Because it is a brilliant chance, make no mistake, under normal circumstances.
6.
If he can get the black onto... again, I'm not sure if it goes in its own spot, but if he got it on the pink spot, he is in business, like Barry should have been a couple of minutes ago. Yeah, the black spot is covered.
Well, we've had 47 UK Championship finals before this one. 10 have gone to a deciding frame finish. And of course, Judd Trump has lost 2 of them. He does not want that agony again. But he has his opening here to get it won before that. Well, cue ball ran on a bit there.
12.
There's real nerves in the air. You can feel it in the audience as well. Still on the red.
13.
These historic majors, they're of course so linked to the past and the great names of the past. But these modern players really do represent the sport so well in these big occasions. What entertainment these two have given us today.
$16. $17.
Yeah, this is the one that makes it a chance to win the title right here and now, get the black on the pink spot.
$24. 25. $32. $33.
How do you even stand up out there? Never mind pot balls. Comes with experience, comes with belief, it comes with talent. All the hard work as well that we don't see, but we see the results of it on nights like this.
$40. $41.
Yeah, now, okay, he can play for the one just right of the pink. But he doesn't really want to pot the pink and have it, you know, put against the black. You know, black going back on the pink spot now. So if he plays on pink off this red, then pink and black are going to be out of commission. It's not a massive worry because he has a good lead. But it does complicate things.
49.
Oh.
There his parents, living every second of this, including this shot.
Yeah, that's the one because he has to go up for blue now. Now this is the key shot. If he lands above the blue line, he's almost home.
Not such a bad thing that he's just waiting for Tatiana Williston, the referee, to put the pink into position. Gives him a chance just to compose himself
55.
for the final push to the line.
$56.
That red to middle from Hawkins looked good on the way, just caught the near jaw, stayed out. And it looks like it's cost him a chance to win this title in a decider. And he's played
61.
magnificently in this match. He's played brilliantly all week, in fact.
$62.
The question was, could Judd Trump keep his composure and make a winning break? Well, if he can pot this blue, Hawkins will need at least one snooker. So this next red is the one, isn't it? That should see him home. What a match. They've both been so positive in the way they played. So there is a glimmer of
Trump,
light for
67.
Barry Hawkins. 47 the difference, with a possible 43 on the table.
Yeah, the pink and black are making a big difference, aren't they? He's effectively 2 snookers he needs. But he's got to play this and just play for brown or blue. Got to run. Got to run. Yellow's not an option. So the blue simply has to go in, or it will be handshake time. And even if it does, his chances of salvaging this are getting slimmer by the second. Got to go. Well played. Well done. He's still faced with the problem of how to get pink and black into play. Because as long as they're welded together, Judd's under no real pressure. Fabulous shot. That is awesome. And it's not an easy hit, and free ball options. Oh, it's possible.
Just a little tap on the table there from Trump, acknowledging the quality of the shot and the trouble he's in.
Superb.
Yeah, it was one of those escapes that was laden with danger, wasn't it? But he played it quickly and thought, let's just hit the darn thing. So, Barry still with it all to do. Okay. That certainly helps Barry. Things that happen on a 12x6, it never seems to amaze, does it? This is again one of these where Judd's got to almost tiptoeing round the table here, frightened to almost play a shot. You've got to think about 7 different options, 7 different outcomes, free balls. Oh, he's under a wee bit of pressure here. Obviously hitting the blue wouldn't be an awful mistake. Numerically, it wouldn't make any difference. His priority, apart from hitting the red, is to don't leave a free ball.
Foul. Barry Hawkins, 4.
Well, he hasn't left a free ball, but he hasn't hit the red either, so now down to 1 snooker needed, and this is tense. And it's been the sort of tournament, you know, the drama's been wrung out of it. Even in the qualifying, there was one night at the qualifiers where at midnight there was 7 matches still on. It's been right from the start, before we even got to York, that sort of tournament. So this is not done yet. Hawkins late last night. He wants to be late tonight, doesn't he? What a blow to land if he could get another snooker and win this frame.
Yeah, it's an easy hit, obviously. This is a decent chance. Send the red back up table towards balk. Try to use pink and black as a shield. If the red travels, it's got to travel a bit more to stop the easy escape. It's fairly comfortable with lots of right-hand side. But there's all options. I mean, you could half ball the red and go in off the left middle. Anything could happen here. See what I mean? Now, does Barry pot the red and take, well, come down for pink or black? I have to take it at some stage. This might be the time. Yeah, good shot. This is a proper chance, isn't it? This is a real good chance. Pot the yellow, send the green on a journey and try to nestle tight in behind pink or black.
10.
Well, every shot is an event, isn't it? Hawkins needing one successful snooker. He got him in a tough one there, but Trump's escaped. Disappointing not to get in again behind the black. A few people, maybe Trump included, thought that was in. He was so close to it. That would have been some shot to effectively win it, wouldn't it?
Breathe again. He's got an edge of the green, and if he didn't have this, it was a nasty one because the brown was stopping the escape. He'd love to separate pink and black. Yeah. Ooh, he'll just be breathing a wee bit easier with getting those two separated.
Oh, that was such a good effort. He really is keeping the pressure on.
Trying to feather the pink onto the cushion here. Not quite got it. In actual fact, he's made it a better target for Barry to potentially get in behind it. Every credit got the snooker. Should be a straightforward hit. I think it's cue ball behind pink. Oh, he's got it too thick. It was a really good chance. He just got it a fraction thick. It took all the pace out the cue ball.
Hang on. Oh, just for a minute I thought he knocked that black in. You wouldn't rule anything out at this stage. This is unbelievably tense in this arena.
Three.
Yeah, Barry laughing. He shot at the championship, but it wasn't meant.
Well, there's the match time, 5 hours. It's been a terrific contest as well. Barry Hawkins made a couple of great clearances in the first session. It's been centuries, there's been drama as well. And what a standoff here. Remember, he needs a successfully laid snooker. He's already got one.
Hawkins, three.
What a brilliant snooker shot that was. He used the cushion, the cue ball, just to make the target actually bigger than it actually was for nestling in behind the black now. Oh, if Judd goes the short cushion first, i.e. the left as we see it, like there, that is incredibly missable, because it's so difficult to judge playing what we call the short cushion first. The normal miss here would be in the left-hand side as we see it. That would be the typical miss. Oh, good hit. Good hit.
Just watching Judd's dad, actually, Steve, who's living every shot here, may briefly be forgetting, or rather regretting taking Judd to all those snooker clubs as a youth, because he's putting him through it. But he's proud of the way he's battling here, because Hawkins is really bringing the pressure.
Yeah, I don't think it's any consolation to him that Judd's actually having the time of his life out there. This is what you live for as a snooker player. But awful for his parents sitting up there.
Well, Trump has always been known for his potting. Does he fancy this? It would leave him 28 in front with 18 on.
Yeah, he's just considering whether just playing in or over dead weight is the shot, because he's not in any immediate serious danger of Barry potting the brown and laying a snooker. If you play it with pace, you potentially invite some trouble. You just never know. You just never know where the brown, you know, it springs up table, cuts the black in, something horrible like that. That's just me being the pessimist. Oh dear.
Well, the longer this goes on, the more likely something like that will happen. Look at that, 21 minutes since Trump potted one. Well, Trump will surely fancy this one. Can he knock it in? And you would feel effectively end this tense battle once and for all. There's the answer, and there's the reaction. What a battle. Barry Hawkins has thrown everything at him. But as so often before, Judd Trump has found the response.
15.
This has been a magnificent final. I think the only disappointment in the room is we didn't get one last frame because the crowd were enjoying it so much.
Judd Trump, 15 frames.
Judd Trump, the player of his generation, lands another major title. He becomes the 10th man to win multiple UK championships. He had to work for it. My word, Barry Hawkins put him through it. But Trump is finally the winner here in York by 10 frames to 8.
Judd Trump.
Another one for the collection. Judd Trump's 30th ranking title.
His second UK Championship success.
Here he goes, your champion, Judd Trump.
And you just know there'll be many more.